Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. In the early 1980s, a new technology called the video game was changing the face of American business. The biggest name in the industry was Atari. In only 3 years, their annual revenue had gone from $75 million to $2 billion. This made Atari the fastest growing company in the history of the United States. But today, Atari is nothing more than a shell of its former self, existing basically in brand name only. So what went wrong? In this episode, we'll take a look.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Back in the 1960s, a young electrical engineer by the name of Nolan Bushnell was attending the University of Utah, and here he came into contact with a machine called Space War. Space War was a combat video game developed in 1962 by Steve Russell on a DEC PDP-1 computer. Nolan's university also had a PDP-1, so it didn't take long for the game to arrive on his campus. When Nolan Bushnell first played the game, he immediately realized the potential for a coin-operated incarnation.
It was, by all definitions of the word, an epiphany.
Right.
And I went into the lab, and there on a screen was the game Space War. But I'd never heard of it, and I saw it then. And coincidentally, I was manager of the games department at Lagoon, the local amusement park, summers, and that was one of the ways I was putting myself through college. And I knew that if I had that screen in my arcades, it would make money. I knew it.
Yes.
But then you do the math, and $1 million computer and 25 cents a play, and the math didn't work.
Yeah.
But I knew the cost of computing was constantly coming down, and I knew that the curve was going to cross at some point. And it did.
In 1972, Nolan, along with his friend Ted Dabney, would start a company to realize this dream. They incorporated the company under the name Atari, a term similar to checkmate in the ancient Chinese board game Go, which they were both fans of. Atari's first product was the world's first commercially available video game arcade called Computer Space. But unfortunately, it didn't bring them much success. Next, the pair hired Al Acorn as the design engineer, who created the game Pong. The first Atari Pong machine was completed by August of 1972 and placed in a bar in Sunnyvale, California. Alcorn would receive a call just a few days later. The machine had broken. This looked like a terrible start for Atari. They couldn't even build a machine that worked for more than a few days. The problem, as it turned out, was actually that the coin mechanism had been flooded with coins because so many people wanted to play. In other words, the game was actually too successful. And from here, Atari was off to the races.
It's big party time at Atari.
6 o'clock.
All the executives were in their late 20s, early 30s.
You're at what age at this time?
30.
Okay.
Most of the employees were 20 to 23.
Wow.
Pong was so successful that by 1974, 8,000 Pong machines were installed in restaurants, amusement parks, and bars across the world. However, soon after starting this successful enterprise, Dabney and Bushnell started having their differences, which ultimately led to a falling out and Dabney selling his stake and moving out. By 1975, Atari, now led by Nolan Bushnell alone, was planning to bring video gaming to consumers at their home. The company developed the Atari Video Computer System, a cartridge-based home console. It used the newly available 8-bit microprocessor, the MOS Technology 6502. Sadly, Atari lacked the scale to manufacture the console for commercial use. This led Bushnell to make a decision that would forever change the course of Atari. He sold Atari to the entertainment conglomerate Warner Communications in 1976 for a whopping $28 million. While all of this was going on, a series of events would set in motion the foundations of Apple Computer.
What was the first time that you met Steve Jobs? Tell us about that experience. Do you remember that?
Yeah, Steve Jobs found Atari. He was hired by Al Alcorn. And that afternoon, he came into my office as though that was the right thing to do.
First day.
First day. I said, "Hi, what's up?" He says, "I think you've got a really awesome company." Awesome. He uses that a lot. And he said, "I think that everything is pretty good, but I've seen your soldering connections and they're really crappy."
It's widely known that Steve Jobs worked for Atari before starting Apple. But did you know that it was at Atari where the foundations of Apple's success was first laid? It all started when Nolan Bushnell came up with the concept for the Breakout game, but couldn't find any engineers willing to design the game's prototype. The task then went to Steve Jobs, a low-level technician back then, working night shifts at Atari.
I didn't see the bad Steve Jobs, but he caused enough problems that I sort of put him on the engineering night shift, of which it didn't exist. He was the first member of that.
During those days, microchips were extremely expensive, and Nolan Bushnell offered Steve Jobs a $100 bonus for every chip he managed to eliminate from his concept. And it was at this moment that Steve Jobs did something pretty dishonorable here. Jobs would rope in his friend Steve Wozniak, who was then employed at Hewlett-Packard. Wozniak was going to help him create the prototype in just 4 days. Fortunately, Wozniak was able to complete the prototype in 4 days, sacrificing his sleep. Jobs was paid a $5,000 bonus, but Wozniak, who had done all the work, was only paid $375 by Jobs. Breakout was launched in April of 1976, just a few days after Jobs and Wozniak founded Apple Computer. Wozniak had one dream though. He wanted to play a version of Breakout written completely in the programming language BASIC. Their first computer, the Apple I, couldn't do this, so Wozniak wanted to create a new computer to achieve this goal. He incorporated features such as color graphic commands, circuitry for pedal controllers, and a speaker. This computer would be called the Apple II, and it was an instant success, and as we know, the rest is history. Interestingly, the Apple II actually originally sold with 2 pedal controllers to play Breakout. Quote, "A lot of these features that really made the Apple II stand out in its day came from a game. That game being Breakout, of course." Meanwhile, back at Atari, Nolan Bushnell developed differences with the Warner Company and left Atari in 1978. The next year, Warner hired Ray Kazar to take over the reins as CEO of Atari. Now backed with the money of Warner Media, the company would create the Atari 2600 console. The 2600 featured joysticks and interchangeable game cartridges, and thus kicked off a new era in the video gaming industry. With Warner Communications at the helm, the focus of Atari went from creativity to marketing. The R&D department was downsized and replaced with mostly marketing staff. The move did pay off though. The sales of the Atari 2600 started to pick up. In 1979, it reached 1 million sales, and then 2 million in the subsequent year, and ultimately leading to 10 million in annual sales in 1982. The Atari 2600 was the best-selling game console of the time. Atari's revenues comprised a huge 70% of Warner's income. Before we continue, today's Atari news segment is brought to you by Morning Brew. Later this month, Atari plans to build a virtual casino inside Decentraland, a crypto-based virtual world. The casino will be based on Ethereum and will include Atari-themed games and an Atari NFT. It comes during an effort to modernize the company. If you want to read more stories like this and have an interest in science, technology and business, Morning Brew is a great place to get all your information. It brings together high-quality news sources each weekday and Saturday straight to your email inbox for free. You can get up to date with all the latest breaking news in just 5 minutes, and it's news delivered in a fast and fun way. Go to morningbrew.com/coldfusion or click the link below to subscribe to Morning Brew today. It takes just 15 seconds to sign up, and it's free. By the early 1980s, the video game market was booming, and Atari was the undisputed king. Video games were making insane amounts of money, and there had been nothing like it before in any industry, but it was beginning to grow too quickly to be sustainable. The actual business of gaming was still very young, and nobody was really sure what audiences wanted, or how to properly monetize products, or how to even reward their employees properly. But for now, all the video game market saw was money, and more companies jumped on board. The Atari 2600 was dominant, but it was also competing against numerous home consoles, like the Magnavox Odyssey, ColecoVision, and Mattel in television. As the money poured into the industry, it wasn't only electronics and toy companies that were on the market. Soon, companies would switch industries just to make a quick buck. And then, the market became completely oversaturated with consoles, and yet still more kept coming. Meanwhile, all of these game consoles suddenly found themselves competing against another brand new technology, the personal computer. PCs had more utility than game consoles. They could be business machines as well. Personal computers also featured long-term memory, which meant that games could be saved instead of starting again from scratch every time. As computers became affordable, there was a realization that buying a home computer would make more sense. This would hurt the appeal of game consoles. Back then, in the video game industry, it wasn't uncommon for a single programmer to create an entire game. For their efforts, programmers would be unrecognized by Atari. Credits weren't allowed at Atari because Atari wanted to be the only creator associated with any work done on a game. Any of the work that individuals did was just their part of being a cog in a machine. A programmer would typically only make $20,000 to $30,000 a year, even if the game went on to sell millions of copies. A few years earlier, in 1979, a few programmers had had enough. That year, David Crane, Larry Kaplan, Bob Whitehead, and Alan Miller all left Atari to start their own company, which they called Activision. Atari and others sold their consoles for cheap, but expected to make the money back on game sales. But now, with Activision, when one of their games was sold for an Atari console, Atari wouldn't see a cent. Instantly, Atari's business model was shattered, so of course, they sued Activision. But luckily for consumers, Atari lost in court. Now, the door was open for anyone to make games for home consoles. This would be the rise of third-party development, and boy did the floodgates open. Once again, everybody jumped on the bandwagon, so not only was the market saturated with different consoles, but now it was absolutely flooded with game companies that had no entertainment experience whatsoever. At one point, Quaker Oats and Purina, yes, the pet food company, started making video games because it was an endless goldmine. Soon, more programmers would leave their parent companies to make it on their own. Atari's best programmers would leave to join the action. As more games were made, the quality dropped. Atari, keen to keep making money, acquired the license to the arcade sensation of the year, Pac-Man. Executives wanted a version of Pac-Man for the Atari 2600, and this seemed like a great idea, but there was one problem. Atari only got the license late in the year, but still wanted the game out by Christmas. This gave the programmer almost no time to make the game. On top of that, they contacted an outside freelancer, and they agreed to pay him a royalty fee for every unit manufactured. Not every unit sold, but manufactured. Atari forecast 12 million sales, so they'd already promised to make 12 million copies for this guy. So the lucky programmer was already guaranteed a giant paycheck before he even had started the game. This didn't give him much incentive to make a good game, especially because he didn't have enough time to make a good game anyway. The result was an absolute, unmitigated catastrophe. The game was slow, ugly, buggy, and barely resembled the original game that people fell in love with. Atari made 12 million copies and sold 7 million. So in the end it did sell well, but they still had 5 million unsold cartridges sitting in a warehouse. Apparently, they didn't learn from their lesson. The business executives signed another deal, this time with Steven Spielberg to make an E.T. game. E.T. promised to be one of the biggest movies of the year, and it was thought that a game based on it would sell well. Again, this was a good idea, but once again, Atari screwed up. They gave their programmer almost no time, 6 weeks to design, quality test, manufacture, and ship, an absolutely insane schedule. When the game went on sale, Atari thought consumers would see the name E.T. and rush in to buy the game, but after their experience with the Pac-Man dilemma, audiences waited to see if the game was any good. It wasn't.
Not exactly sure what's going on. Okay, I'm beginning to understand why this is the worst game. Oh, come on.
the ET game became known as one of the worst pieces of interactive entertainment ever. The game was the Christmas gift that everybody wanted but nobody liked. At one point, things got so bad that out of 4 million copies of the game shipped by Atari, 3.5 million of them were returned. These were added to the pile of Pac-Man games sitting in the warehouse. So, Atari was making horrible games and selling them at full price. Meanwhile, competitors were also making horrible games but selling them at cheap prices. Basically, the market was starting to become obliterated. It all culminated in December of 1982 with Atari's earnings statement. They told shareholders that due to all these incredibly negative factors, the company would still grow by 10 to 15%, and that sounds great. But the problem was, before the announcement, they told shareholders that they expected 50% growth. It was a huge shock to Wall Street, and this earnings report collapsed the market. Sales of both consoles and games in this oversaturated market crashed across the board. For many decades, rumor had it, tens of millions of unsold Atari game cartridges were all sent to a landfill in New Mexico, and a bulldozer buried them and covered them up with cement. These reports were actually proven to be true only in 2014, when the New Mexico site was dug up. Atari had been the banner of the gaming revolution and was once the fastest growing company in American history, but now it was $500 million in debt. Analysts predicted the end of the gaming industry. They told investors and retailers alike that they should look elsewhere. But this new little technology called video games struggled on in PCs and slowly continued to get stronger. Atari too continued on. After entering the PC business, they became moderately successful in Europe with their Atari ST computer. Released in 1985, it was praised as an amazing tool in the electronic music scene. This was largely thanks to the Atari ST's MIDI capabilities, a feature only found in expensive recording studios at the time. The Atari ST computer was used by music producers like Fatboy Slim, Tangerine Dream, and Darude. Though, competing with the Commodore Amiga and Macintosh, Atari didn't end up gaining much market share in the end. In 1993, Atari wanted to stun the world with its Jaguar console. It promised to be a 64-bit gaming console, and with 5 different processors, it was going to be a beast. But in reality, it had average performance, was expensive, was hard to code games for, which meant less games for consumers, and lastly, the controller was poorly received. All in all, the failure of the Jaguar console essentially spelled the end for Atari's hardware business. Before we finish up, let's take a look at a few facts about Atari. Even though Atari couldn't maintain its position as the market leader for video games, their contribution was so immense and so iconic that in 2007, the Atari 2600 was added to the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York, sharing the honor with the likes of the Rubik's Cube and Lego. Apart from having an Apple connection, Atari also has a Microsoft connection. Atari hired Bill Gates to program BASIC onto one of Atari's computers. Bill Gates kept missing deadlines and eventually had to be fired. It's a well-known fact that after the decline of Atari, Japanese game company Nintendo took its place, with the Nintendo Entertainment System replacing the Atari 2600. However, little do people know that the NES almost became an Atari product. Prior to the crash, Nintendo approached Atari. They wanted to release a console under the Atari brand. In the end, fortunately for Nintendo, the deal fell through. So many of you may be wondering, what happened to Nolan Bushnell after he left Atari? Well, it turns out that he went on to start Chuck E. Cheese. He thought that a pizza restaurant would be a simple business to start. Interestingly, when he had bought the costume for his mascot, Nolan thought that it was a coyote, but when the costume turned out to be a rat, he decided to name the restaurant Rick Rat's Pizza. But the marketing team thought that a rat would have bad connotations for a pizza restaurant, for obvious reasons. And with that concludes the rise and fall of Atari. Thanks for watching. If you did enjoy this video, be sure to head over to the Discord after this video. I'll be hanging around for the first 30 minutes after I publish this video, so I can have a chat with you all. If you're interested in taking some Atari Cold Fusion merch home, I've done a new limited line that you can pick up. I just love these designs, and I'm really happy with how they turned out. So if you want to support the channel, head over to the merch links in the description below. So my name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion, and I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Cheers guys, have a good one.
Cold fusion. It's new thinking.
You wanna know the truth? I don't know enough about the dot-com bubble.
Is it a boom without end?
And I should, being a tech company CEO. And I'm 32 years old now. I was 12 years old at the turn of the millennium. I should know about this stuff. But back then, all I cared about was my N64. What I know about the dot-com bubble was that it was this massive overhype in the stock market in the 2000s, which led to a massive market crash around that year. And I can remember some keywords like Amazon and eBay, they were all part of that.
There's no guarantee that Amazon.com can be a successful company. What we're trying to do is very complicated.
If it wasn't the year 2000, it must have been related to Y2K, right?
You will have to look out for you, your neighbors, and your community. Even the government's best efforts may not be enough.
But I don't know. So we're doing this video for my own research and because you guys asked for it. To truly get a grip on what happened, we kind of need to draw a timeline that starts in the early 90s. And the first key moment in that timeline is the release of a web browser called Mosaic. It was released in January 1993, and it was key to making the internet popular. Mind you, the internet existed before then. The internet as a network of interconnected computers, it existed. And other browsers like World Wide Web or Viola, www, they existed before then, but it was Mosaic that helped bring wide access to the web. It was developed by the National Center for Supercomputer Applications, and the credit on that goes for two developers, Eric Bina and Mark Andreessen. Yes, that Mark Andreessen. They both later went on to found Netscape and released the Netscape Navigator in December '94. Mark Andreessen is, of course, one of the co-founders of Andreessen Horowitz, one of the most important venture capital firms today. A firm that has invested in Skype and Twitter and Facebook and Groupon, Zynga, BuzzFeed, Medium, Figma. But I'm getting sidetracked. The thing is that Mosaic was the first popular internet browser in the world. We could call it the beginning of a widely accessible internet. And other browsers came along later and stole most of its market share. And there were literally browser wars in the 90s.
Mark Andreessen has brought rhyme, reason, and maybe soon the masses to the mystifying world of the internet, which seamlessly links computers all over the world.
Let's fill this timeline with internet speeds. In 1993, the fastest internet you could get was 56 kilobytes per second. That was with a modem over the phone. Now, for you younglings watching, this sound was the sound of the future. That's the sound of your computer connecting to the internet, accessing the web through your phone. That's until somebody at your household kind of picked up the handset and ruined it all. But take a look at this. Even at the turn of the millennium, the fastest internet that you could get was 256K. If you look at this curious thing, when Amazon.com released, average internet for US households was 56 kilobytes per second. Let's add computer access to that timeline. Households in the US with a personal computer went from 8% in 1984 to 36% in 97 to 51% in the year 2000. But even in this early internet, entrepreneurs saw a field of opportunity. Let's add, for example, the number of websites. From 91 to 95, the number of uploaded websites went from 1 to 23,000 plus, and there were no signs of slowing down. From 95 to 96, it jumped 1,000% to 257,000 websites uploaded. These factors, along with a few others like the launch of Yahoo, led people to start seeing the internet as this gold mine. To me, it's crazy to think that I was alive for this fundamental transformation in our lifetimes, but I was just worried about other things. The point was that in these 5 years or so, the internet stopped being a world exclusive for geeks in dark, stuffy basements. There was a lot of hype surrounding internet companies. Here's another fundamental episode in this story. In August 95, Netscape went public, and the world was completely blown away. Just to get ourselves in the same boat, going public means a company's shares, which were previously owned by the founders and by private investors, can now be traded by the public in the public stock market. Companies define an IPO price, that's the initial public offering price, or the price per share they expect people will pay at that initial offering. And the point was that Netscape went public at $28 per share. By the end of the day, the price per share had almost tripled to $75 and ended up closing at $58. And now let's remember that Netscape was founded by these guys less than 18 months prior to that. Their valuation went from $0 to $2.9 billion in about a year. This insane soar for Netscape suddenly meant that anything and everything with a .com in its name was a golden ticket to millions of dollars. The web promised new fortunes, and like cowboys driving into the new frontier, investors rushed to inject money into these companies. But there was no restraint. These companies needed to grow as fast as possible to have more and more users. So many companies just invested mostly in advertising. It didn't really matter that many of these companies weren't profitable at all. All that mattered was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. In 1999, for example, there were 457 IPOs, and many of them .com companies. And those IPOs were very successful that year. Just to give you a reference, in 96, IPOs yielded an average of 17% in their first returns. This percentage increased to 58% for non-internet companies in 99. But for .coms, the returns were a stunning 89%. 117 .com companies doubled their price in the first day of trading. In total, from 95 to 2001, 439 .com companies raised $34 billion in capital. This got mixed up with a bunch of other variables. In the late 90s, US's interest rates were at their lowest since the 70s. The government had lowered tax rates on capital gains from 28% to 20%. This meant that investing in bonds, for example, was boring.
Banking was boring, and the bond department at the bank was straight up coming.
On the contrary, investors were now motivated to favor low to no dividend paying stocks over those that paid considerable dividends. For reference on that, the company may decide to pay dividends to its shareholders if it has leftover profits. If revenue exceeds its expenses, right? So dividends are distributed equally and usually range from a few cents to a few dollars per share.
A couple of key headline numbers. Revenue, $89 billion, just under.
For investors, however, it was just better tax-wise to invest in stocks that gained a lot of value on paper on the stock market and that didn't necessarily pay dividends. And these .com startups were spending like crazy. Profitability was not on the horizon, and it didn't matter. They just didn't want to turn a profit. They just wanted world domination. And if that sounds strangely familiar, it is because it is.
The last time you put out a note on Tesla, I think
all they are this one stop.
This is a manifestation of a bubble.
But let's get back to the 90s. In the mix of all this crazy spending, one person thought differently, and that's Alan Greenspan, who was the chairman of the Federal Reserve back then. He warned that this spending was just too exuberant. But this warning itself is a topic of debate. In retrospect, some experts have said that, yes, Greenspan did warn of this erratic behavior, but did little to correct it. Still, Greenspan's warning reached deaf ears. If you go back then, what you'd see would be an illusion, high hopes, and lots of partying. They don't say let's party like it's 1999 for no reason. And a lot of it was fueled by an endless loop of hype. Hearsay spread like a virus, motivating more and more investors to get into the mix, amateurs and professionals alike. Think of it as a toxic positivity that would vastly damage the economy. And once again, this sounds too familiar. It wasn't all speculation, though. Companies like Amazon and eBay were born in the 90s, and they not only showed promise, but were successful business models. The detail here is that there was only room in the world and in the economy for one Amazon and one eBay. The reality was that most .coms weren't meant for success. And some examples, just for research sake, and just to give you an idea, there's this company called Boo.com, who was an online clothing retailer that ended up spending $188 million in 6 months. And there was this company called Pixelon, that's a streaming video startup that hosted a $60 million .com party in October '99 that had bands like Kiss, Sugar Ray, and a reunion of The Who. And you're probably too young to understand who The Who is. Anyway, the point was that there was inevitable FOMO involved in all of this. Such a return was just too much to pass up, but at the same time, it became the perfect storm. And by now, it's just about to blow.
Have technology, globalization, and free trade come together to create a truly new economy. Hope the roaring 90s will stretch on after the ball drops.
And when you look past the hype at the end of it all, a company must generate cash and produce a profit eventually. It's that simple. But when you're high, it's just hard to see that reality. These companies were spending crazy dollars on marketing and aspects that had nothing to do with generating revenue or improving their cash flow. If they can continue raising money, why would you want to focus on revenue, right?
Why Musk was so determined to tell the street that he wasn't going to raise capital.
It's been growing at a remarkable pace.
We'll be the first trillion-dollar company.
Part of the problem was that the expectations created by these massive investment rounds, these massive valuations and IPOs, was so much expectation that the value of these companies exceeded their capacity to respond. The promised value was just too much for the companies to actually grow to that value. HSBC once reported that companies would have to grow their revenue by 80% a year to satisfy valuations they had back in those years. Microsoft was one of the best performing companies at that time, and it only managed to grow by 50%. On March 2000, the NASDAQ index reached an all-time high of 5,132 points, but the needles that would prick the bubble were just creeping in. And hold on, we've made it all the way to the year 2000, and we have not talked about Y2K.
Everything that could go wrong did. 100 days away, after all the talk, all the hype, all the fear.
You children of the millennium, you probably won't get why there was so much desperation and craziness around Y2K. Because the theoretical problem was that computers in the past century often counted years with just 2 digits, 88, 95. This wasn't programmers being lazy, on the contrary, it was these guys optimizing for the very limited storage at the time. Any additional bit required to store a full year was very expensive. So when the computer clock changed in the millennia, it would go to 00. But how was 2000 different from 1900? They're both 00. Another problem back then was that some programmers may have misunderstood the Gregorian calendar rule on leap years. The rule states that years that are exactly divisible by 100 are not leap years. While that rule is correct, there's an exception to it that states that years divisible by 400 are leap years. And then 2000, the correct answer is 2000 was a leap year. And finally, there was fear that people could confuse the day, month, year format on the date. When you have a 99 at the end, it's easy to tell which one of those numbers is the year. But what if the date is 01/11/05? Which is which? This, by the way, would be much simpler if everyone just adhered to the very logical day, month, year, rather than just mixing them up pointlessly. But anyway, there was fear. There was widespread fear that the world would collapse.
Literally trigger the end of the world. Water, telecommunications.
Tomorrow, what happens to you and the computers in your home and business? The answer is not.
Your bank accounts could be locked because technically, for their computer, you weren't born yet. The US Secretary of Defense said that the Y2K problem is the electronic equivalent of El Nino, and there would be nasty surprises around the globe. Companies like AT&T revealed that 60% of the time and money needed for its total compliance efforts was going to be devoted to testing the source code changes made to address this Y2K issue. And I kid you not, I remember having conversations with my friends in school on whether the world was going to end on that December vacation. The US had braced the country for the financial chaos that Y2K would cause. In February 2000, when it was clear that we had survived, Alan Greenspan announced the need for a dramatic rise in interest rates. As soon as he mentioned that increment in interest, speculation grew rampant, as it was really unclear how the higher borrowing costs and the increased rates would affect these inflated dot-com stocks.
Lost a quarter of its value in just 1 week. Some have lost up to half their value.
And then came another big hit. Just 3 days after the Nasdaq had hit an all-time high, Japan announced that it had entered into a recession. From October to December of '99, the Asian country had seen the third largest quarterly decline since World War II. And Japan is important here because they were a crucial player in the tech market. So this news spread like wildfire, starting a worldwide sell-off of already very vulnerable stock. In no time, the Nasdaq had fallen 39% in the year 2000. This drop just showed the fragility of internet stocks, as the market suffered significant losses while other markets and other industries rose. By March 13th of 2000, the Nasdaq had seen its fourth biggest point loss in history, and we were just getting started with that crash. On March 20th, like a swift sword slaying any remaining hope, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates, but add another punch to the market. Microsoft was facing an antitrust lawsuit by the US government, just like the one Facebook is facing right now. Go watch that video. At the time, Microsoft was said to have created a monopoly using the legal and technical restrictions it put on the abilities of PC manufacturers and users to uninstall their browser Internet Explorer and to use other programs such as Netscape and Java.
In a sense, this is the end of an era.
A failed early settlement of the case hit Microsoft with 15% in losses and an 8% drop in the Nasdaq. It was then, and only then, that investors, analysts, and experts all raised flags. To them, it was finally time to look at the numbers. It was just too late. There simply was no more money. All the hype was gone. All those promises of overnight millionaires disappeared when hit after hit reminded the world that a bubble might be a perfect sphere, but can also burst very easily.
The stock market plummeted, triggering frantic selling.
The year 2000 turned into a roller coaster. Tech companies were failing and failing fast. By November of that year, they had lost $1.75 trillion in value. In that year alone, 22,000 people had lost their jobs in the dot-com world. All those overvalued dot-com companies lost 75% of their value in a matter of months.
The company announced today it's laying off 518 people.
Unfortunately, 2001 was not a kind year. Several major accounting scandals like Enron only helped in worsening the crisis. By October 2002, Nasdaq had lost 78% of its peak value and returned to 1,114 points, which were 1995 levels. 5 years of hype, speculation, advertising, and dreams just disappeared in 14 months. And the consequences are still present, for better or for worse. The dot-com bubble dried up into a desert. The species that relied on outside money was dying, starved on their food. Investors became more cautious, and many promising companies just ceased to exist.
It's a question now being debated in classrooms, in boardrooms, and here on Wall Street.
But some survived, of course, with names that you might remember, like Microsoft, and Google, and Amazon, and Apple. In fact, those that survived saw that in these harsh conditions, they had an advantage. Real estate was cheap, labor was plenty, and even less expensive than before, and the competition suddenly became limited. And that's not to say that they weren't immune to this crisis. Their stocks did plummet. Amazon, for example, went from $107 to $7. Apple went from $5 to under $1. And some might say that they survived the crisis so they could be examples, and they are. First of all, they had a solid business model, and they had brilliant people at the helm. We're not saying others were dumb, by the way, but focusing on these companies doesn't answer questions such as what happened and who was to blame. Analyst Quinn Mills wrote on Harvard Business Review that we shouldn't blame the dot-com companies themselves. In fact, it's the total opposite. To him and to many, the real culprit of this was the capital markets. In his words, venture capitalists bear a marked responsibility for the dot-com disaster, as do investment banks and brokerage houses that hyped these dot-com shares. Just as the capital markets helped in injecting cash into this growing world, they also mishandled it, fueled by greed and desire to expand and grasp everybody in their hands. But they left their business models behind. Quinn reminds us of other culprits too. The powerful and sometimes dangerous alliance between Wall Street and the Federal Reserve created a lot of money, too much money it might seem. Part of it was to prepare for an apocalyptic phenomenon that never really occurred. But the consequences of this crisis were so vast that many wondered if the world would ever recover from this bubble. It sounds irrational now because we've seen that the tech world has indeed regained all of its strength. And that, of course, brings us to today. Who here had a parachute for 2020? Even with a health crisis, 2020 was the busiest year for IPOs in a very long time. The last time it was this alive, it was 2001. Tulips.com's real estate, we've been there before. So what do you think? Is it just a matter of when until we see another bubble burst? Are you still watching? That's a 22-minute long video. Thanks a lot for sticking around. Hope you enjoyed it. We had to do a lot of research to understand the dot-com bubble story. But we're doing a Clubhouse session just after the video premiere, so that's 5 p.m. Pacific time, and we're bringing in 2 investors who are very much active and at least entrepreneurs when the dot-com bubble happened. It should be a fun discussion. I'm going to hang around. We're going to have a Q&A. If you enjoyed the video, please drop us a comment. It was really fun to make. We're making another video with the same format for next week. Hit that subscribe button if you want to stick around for that. If you loved it, drop a comment. If you hate it, also drop a comment. We appreciate it, and we'll see you next week.
This episode is a more detailed follow-up to my 2017 video, Who Controls All of Our Money? I'm going to focus on the United States in this video only because they're the world reserve currency. But everything in this video affects all of us because the central banks around the world are all doing the same thing. With that being said, let's begin. Around the world today, we see central banks printing money. So here's a question. We're told from a young age that money is hard to come by. We should study to work our whole life to earn it. How then can all this money suddenly come from nowhere? How is money created? Who's going to pay it back? What exactly does all of this mean? And what's going to happen next? In this episode, we'll explore the 3 ways that money is being created and some of the consequences that are going to happen. I'm also going to show you the true origins of wealth inequality. If you watch this episode the whole way through, you should have a well-rounded idea of what's going on today. It's important for people to know. I'm really just trying to help with that. This journey starts off simple enough, but by the end, you'll start to see the insanity of what we're dealing with.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
The first form of money is the one created by government. In practice, it's outsourced to the central bank Royal Mint, but controlled by the government. Physical money comes in 2 forms, either paper money or coins. This physical money is a tiny fraction of the economy, and in many economies, this kind of money only makes up about 3 to 8%. This physical money is created in order to meet the obligations of private banks. When you go to an ATM and try to withdraw cash, banks need to make sure that they have enough cash in order to meet those obligations. So let's take a $10 note for example. It costs approximately 3 cents in order to print this note. This means that there's approximately $9.97 of profit for creating a $10 note. This $9.97 can now be added to tax revenue of the government. This revenue is called seigniorage. So since the government makes profit from printing and minting coins, and can reduce the amount of taxation on the public, you might be thinking, why don't governments just always print physical money? The main reason that governments don't create the majority of money is because of politicians. If the politician running the office could create money at will, there would be a massive conflict of interest. There would be an urge to keep printing to fulfill campaign promises or fund wars. This would, in theory, destroy the currency by excessive printing, causing massive devaluation. The more money you have in circulation, the less it's worth. And that's a key point. For example, if massive inflation takes place and the average Joe has $1 million, but that $1 million only buys an apple, how much is $1 million actually worth? The loss in purchasing power of money over time is called inflation, and when inflation gets out of hand, money becomes worthless. Some recent examples of runaway inflation include Argentina, Zimbabwe, and Venezuela. In this animation, you can graphically see just how fast inflation can run away. You don't see it coming, and as the inflation rate goes up, people quickly lose faith in the currency. For example, here we can see some people in Venezuela using money to make handbags and to draw pictures on because it simply isn't worth anything anymore. You can think of money as a measuring stick of value, a measuring stick that is highly elastic and can change depending on how much of it there is. For thousands of years, gold was the measuring stick of value. Gold was kind of like a physical anchor, keeping the money supply in check and governments responsible. In 1971, President Richard Nixon announced that the United States would no longer convert dollars to gold at a fixed value. Since that point, money, the measuring stick of value, has become elastic. Since the US dollar backs all other currencies as a reserve currency, Nixon's decision changed the world. In all of this, you might still notice that despite politicians supposedly not being able to influence money creation, it's happening anyway. This may cause problems, as we'll see later in the episode. So to recap, the government creates physical forms of money, like notes and coins. Only about 3 to 8% of money is made this way. Seigniorage is the income from that physical money. This income is both a benefit to the government and the taxpayer. It reduces debt for the government and reduces the burden on the individual taxpayer. The reason governments don't create more of this money is because of the inflation risk from politicians' decisions. Let's move on to number 2, private banks and debt-based money. The vast amount of money created today is done by the private banking sector. In most developed economies, about 97% of the entire money supply is created digitally by banks, and therefore most money in the world is privatized. Banks invented digital money when they managed to persuade lawmakers after many early bank runs. A bank run is an event where depositors try to get their money out all at once, but the banks don't have it. From these events, banks argued that they should be legally allowed to create more deposits than actually exist based upon debt. And this is how governments outsourced the creation of digital money. The idea of using debt as money begins much earlier than this. English innovators set the stage for banks to become the creators of money across the globe. In 1704, the English Parliament passed the Promissory Notes Act. Take a good look at your screen. What you are seeing is a promissory note. In this case, it's a written promise to say that you'll pay back the $20 you borrowed. Under the law, this piece of paper was as good as $20. Today, we digitize this agreement and call it debt. If it helps, whenever I say debt in this episode, you can think of this piece of paper, remembering that it's as good as money. Okay, so banks were authorized to be able to use these debt notes to circulate as money. From this point, banks were free to create and destroy debt, and hence money from themselves rented out at interest. In the modern world, as you'll see, the whole world's economy is based upon these promises. Let's take a look at how it works today. When you go to a bank to borrow some money, the banking license gives that bank the ability to create money every time they issue a loan. They do this through the double accounting system. For example, if you buy a $500,000 house, the bank creates $500,000 in their account and you have $500,000 in debt. That is, the promise to pay it back with interest. This $500,000 debt can enter the wider economic system because when you purchase the house, the owner of that house can use that fresh debt that was created by the bank that they received from you to buy other things in the economy. This means in our current system, if we want to have more growth, we need more debt. The key point here is that debt is actually money, just from a different point of view. To the lender, it's an asset of money, and to the borrower, it's a liability of debt. But they are one and the same. It sounds a bit complicated, but all you need to know is that when a bank issues a loan, it's not somebody else's savings. It's not money that the bank had. It's essentially brand new money that they create. They simply type it into a computer and it appears as a digital representation of the government's money which you can spend. The beneficiary of this brand new money is actually the bank because they get to charge interest on that money, and that's how they make a profit. Later, when you repay this loan, the debt disappears and the money also disappears, but the bank's profit from the interest remains. The real estate and property markets are the largest tools for creating digital money. This is because banks have decided that it's the safest yet most profitable form of creating debt. Because if you can't repay the loan, the banks can simply take your house. In developed nations, vast amounts of money is backed by the mortgage market. In Australia, where I live, it's become particularly bad. For decades now, the banks have abandoned investment into the wider economy and have shifted their focus to investments in housing. This has pushed up the housing prices as people take on more debts to buy houses that they otherwise couldn't afford, but the banks make more money. This cycle over many decades has caused one of the biggest property bubbles on the planet.
We're addicted to debt. Yes, we're addicted to debt as individuals, as households. The ratios are way higher than almost every other country.
So that's loans. But what about deposits? When you deposit cash into a bank, you are no longer the legal owner of that money. The banks are. They keep 10% of your deposits on reserve and can loan out 90% of that money to someone else. And that other person can deposit that money into another bank, and then that bank can loan out 90%, and so on. This is known as fractional reserve lending.
If they say, we'll transfer it to your account, that's wrong, because no money is transferred at all. Because what we call a deposit is simply the bank's record of its debt to the public. Now it also owes you money, and its record of the money it owes you is what you think you're getting as money. And that's all it is.
When all is said and done, an initial deposit of $100 with a 10% reserve requirement can ultimately lead to $1,000 in total money circulation. Well, at least that was how it used to work. Until March the 26th, 2020, there is now a 0% reserve requirement. According to the Federal Reserve, quote, "This action eliminated reserve requirements for all depository institutions," end quote. So, banks can now create infinite amounts of money with no reserves. And it doesn't stop there. When banks hold your deposit, they can, along with hedge funds, gamble with it through investment in financial instruments such as derivatives and securities. They do this in order to make superior returns. Most of the time, these instruments are basically just bets on if the price of an asset will rise or fall. But when taken to the extreme, it can get ridiculous. Remember in my Enron video how I talked about how they use financial instruments to bet on the weather? These crazy classes of financial instruments is what brought down the housing market and the subsequent global economy in 2008. But the problem today is that banks are playing with so many derivatives, sometimes stacked on top of each other, with leverage multiplying factors, that nobody actually knows how much money is tied up in this gambling. Some estimates put the derivative market at over $1 quadrillion, over 10 times the global economy. In booms, everyone takes on debt, that is, loans from a bank, and they spend it on things that they normally couldn't afford. But this causes economic growth. Eventually, people can't afford to take on more debt and can't pay it back. The banks stop lending and defaults start to take place, and the economy takes a downturn. This is natural and has happened over centuries. But in 2008, everything changed. The world didn't want to go through the pain of a downturn, and some analysts mark this as the very point that the real economy died. In 2008, banks had become so large, intertwined, and integral to the supply of money that when they were about to collapse, the governments had to use the central banks to bail them out. Remember, banks are creating 97% of all money as debt, and if this can't be paid back, it can cause a systemic failure, a risk of collapse of the entire global monetary system. Since 2008, the economy was dead, but has been on life support ever since. A decade of hyper-low interest rates, which basically made the cost of borrowing money free, have caused market distortions so large that it's compounded the entire problem. It was short-term gains for the consequence of long-term pain. When private banks make risky bets and incur losses, central banks can rescue them with their infinite wallet, as mentioned by Fed Chairman Jerome Powell in a recent interview for CNBC's 60 Minutes.
Fair to say you simply flooded the system with money?
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it. We did.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we as a central bank, we have the ability to create money digitally, and we do that by buying treasury bills or bonds or other government guaranteed securities, and that actually increases the money supply.
But by law, Chairman Powell's Federal Reserve can only lend money that must be paid back.
We'll get to central banks in the next section. But as you'll soon see, we have to pay these debts back. All of this money that's being created is like that piece of paper we saw with the promise on it. Except it's signed by all of us, and we signed that we're going to pay this back through taxation. Us and our future generations. It's important to note that governments don't actually support the people. It's the people that support governments through taxation. Taxation and trade are the two major ways that governments can raise money. This raised money is used to pay back the central bank loans with interest. So when governments use the central banks to bail out private banks for their risky behavior, the governments are left with the debt, which eventually has to be paid back by the taxpayers in the future. So to recap, private banks create the vast majority of money, about 97% of it, and they do so by creating loans, which is debt. The process is as simple as typing numbers into a computer. Banks can, to an extent, spend and gamble consumer deposits as they legally own it. Too big to fail banks are backed up by the central bank, creating a moral hazard. And that brings us to the final and most insane form of money creation: central bank digital money. The third form of money is quantitative easing, or QE. Quantitative easing is a new form of money that was invented by the Japanese Central Bank in 1989. It was later popularized by the Federal Reserve in the United States during the 2008 crisis. QE is where a central bank creates money in order to issue loans directly to the banking sector, large corporations, and most recently, the public. It's a way of flooding money into the economy at times of extreme events like the financial crisis of 2008. As a result of this, the central bank's balance sheets have gone completely out of control in order to prop up the economy a little bit longer. In 2008, during the crisis, and the first time this was tried outside of Japan, the $700 billion bailout of QE was very controversial.
Bailing out Wall Street is the only way to save Main Street, so says the president.
The house of cards was much bigger. Started to stretch beyond just Wall Street.
That's how the president defended one of the largest proposed financial rescue plans in U.S. history. Treasury Department and congressional staffers are working through the weekend, hammering out the details. The president's plan would allow the Treasury to buy up to $700 billion worth of bad loans, like many of those subprime mortgage deals. But those bad debts then go on the American public's tab. Congress will have to raise the legal limit on the national debt from $10.6 trillion to $11.3 trillion.
It was thought to be a one-off emergency scenario, but over the next decade, the Federal Reserve was unable to reverse it. To give you an idea of how significant all of this was, it took from the foundation of America in 1776 all the way up to 2008 for the nation to attain less than $1 trillion in debt. By 2014, that number had expanded to 4.4 trillion, and since the onset of the COVID pandemic, 3 trillion was added in the span of 3 months. Now, the US central bank is creating hundreds of billions of dollars in mere hours. It's seeming to have less of an effect as it continues.
We have a lot of good faith based on the prowess of the U.S. printing press. I mean, the United States maintains reserve currency status.
That's fake money, though. That's not real money. That's fake money. That's $200 trillion of fake money.
Oh, you're really? I know. But it's all based on faith.
How long is this sustainable, though, to go at that pace? The argument then becomes about the taxpayer who's pissed off and saying, let me get this straight. You can constantly bail yourself out and you can constantly go print money with this quantitative easing. Why the hell do I have to pay taxes? Why do I pay taxes?
These are the seeds of social unrest in this country. You can only drive so big of a wedge between the haves and the have-nots, especially when you're gutting out the middle class in the process. The Federal Reserve monetizing the U.S. debt is what enables all of this.
So how does this money enter the system? Central banks use their magic money to buy the equivalent amount of bonds from the government. They do this through the bond market, which exists to lend money to corporations or governments. Although the stock market gets more press, the bond market is actually bigger. So what is a bond? For the purposes of this video, it's basically the same as debt but is issued by a government or corporation. Central banks, which have no savings, can create money to buy these bonds. So here's an important question. Can a central bank go bankrupt? Well, according to the European Central Bank, which published a paper in 2016, central banks are protected from insolvency due to their ability to create more money. If you think this sounds a bit unfair, just wait. Governments in our current situation are stuck between a rock and a hard place. They can't raise money except for raising taxes, but owe trillions to central banks. The hope is that the borrowed money can kickstart the economy, but something else is happening. When central banks buy bonds given by the government or corporations, they can end up owning a lot of the world's assets. For example, the balance sheet of the Japanese central bank is bigger than the entire GDP of Japan. They own 80% of their stock market. That's right, the Central Bank of Japan is their stock market's largest shareholder. The Swiss Central Bank owns $90 billion in American stocks, including Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. When I first heard of this a few years ago, I simply couldn't believe it was legal. So, these central banks are creating money out of nothing, and they can't go bankrupt, but yet, they're buying real assets. Even a toddler can see that something is wrong here. It turns out that creating money out of nothing and buying things does have some consequences. These sorts of central bank interventions remove stock markets from reality. Throughout the 20th century, the stock market actually used to reflect the economy, but recently, that's gone completely out of whack. The US stock market has become almost twice as big as the entire nation's GDP, which literally makes no sense. Central bank intervention is the main reason why in April 2020, 30 million people became unemployed in the United States, but the stock market had its best month since 1987. The central bank printed trillions, gave it to banks and hedge funds with almost 0% interest rates. This money made it straight into the stock market, while the real economy barely got any help. Earlier, we discussed that money printing leads to inflation. So why haven't we seen it yet? Well, we have. We've seen inflation globally in housing prices and stock markets. The printed money ends up in all of these assets, pushing up the prices. So the few people who own large amounts of stocks end up ridiculously wealthy while there's no growth in the real economy. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. A lot of people can feel and see the wealth inequality, but they have no idea where it's coming from. I'm going to show you in 3 charts. Since the 1980s, the wealth of the upper echelons of society has been tied to the stock market. Since 2008, when the economy went on life support, the stock market became glued to the Federal Reserve. The more they print, the more the stock market goes up and the richer they become. Since 1980, their wealth has grown 420%. When central banks print money, the first recipients of that newly printed money enjoy higher standards of living at the expense of the later recipients of that money when inflation has already taken hold. This phenomena is known as the Cantillon effect. Experts believe that when the rich finally start selling their stocks and real estate so as to buy other assets in times of distress, the money velocity, that is, the rate at which money changes hands in the economy, will start to pick up, and that is when we'll start seeing real inflation in the general economy. There is so much more to this, but I'll leave it here for today. So to recap, central banks have no savings in their account. They can't go bankrupt, but can create infinite amounts of money by buying government bonds. A bond is an exchange of money for a promise that the government would eventually pay it back with interest. This money eventually must be paid back by future citizens of a country either through taxation or inflation. So what do we do? It's clear that people out there who have lost their jobs need help. Though, just in my opinion, I think printing money is only a band-aid. The real solution was in the past. Decades ago, societies and nations should have focused on wealth creation instead of excessive housing, financialization, and gambling. That is, banks should have made loans to productive areas of society, small and medium businesses, entrepreneurs, education, manufacturing, innovation, research and development, all of these kind of things. Just imagine how our world would be today if banks invested hundreds of billions of dollars into these kind of things instead of property or gambling on if the price of something will go up or down. Just imagine. It's riskier for the banks, but the benefits lead to more jobs, more innovation, better competition, and better living standards in the long run. Also, governments can collect more taxes from these incomes without necessarily raising taxes. These extra taxes from generally higher living standards can then be spent on social programs to help those who are truly in need. You can print money, but you can't print wealth. But focusing on wealth creation and productivity takes time, effort, and hard work, and it just seems today that people don't have the appetite for that. And frankly, it's too late for this option. If we focused on funding wealth creation before COVID hit, all of our economies would be much less fragile. Most individuals and businesses would have a healthy amount of savings to ride it out, like in the late 20th century. But for now, we're just going to have to deal with the consequences of a fragile system. So what's going to happen next? In my view, I think this is all going to lead to something very big and unpleasant over the next decade. I don't know how it's going to look like, but it may involve massive amounts of inflation and slow economic growth. A situation known as stagflation. This happened in the 1970s, but this time it could be much worse due to excessive amounts of debt with the added effect of social instability. The mainstream view is that eventually the world will lose faith in the US dollar, though some macroeconomists think that the American dollar may actually rise in value as other nations try to sell their goods or exchange falling currencies for the US dollar because it's the cleanest economy out of a world of falling economies. This is called the dollar milkshake theory. Some people think that digital stablecoins will be able to solve a lot of problems. There are others still who argue that nations can print infinite amounts of money just as long as they keep producing enough goods to pay the interest on the debt that the government owes the central banks. The argument here is that the debt actually never has to be paid back, only the interest. This is called modern monetary theory. I can't comment on if this will work or not. I don't think anyone can, because it's never been tried before. But I can't help but think that this looks like another fragile solution. Small communities in Venezuela and a small town in Italy have taken the power back themselves and just issued their own currency. All in all, who knows what's going to work? I have no idea. On the bright side, all of the events to come might spawn massive reform. As I did learn while writing my book, out of the worst circumstances, the best innovations arise. So what can the individual do? Obviously, I can't give financial advice, I'm definitely not qualified for that. But it might be worth thinking about converting some of your money into other assets that aren't debt-based, as a form of insurance. If you're older, you may be thinking about gold, since no central bank can print gold. Bank of America and even Goldman Sachs, the last people on earth who you would think to be positive, are seeing gold's potential and they're calling it the money of last resort. Even other central banks like China and Russia have been buying gold in record amounts for years. I think they understand what's about to happen. If you're younger, you may be attracted to cryptocurrencies. Governments and the banking system are starting to take the technology seriously now. If you're more daring, you can play the central bank's game against them. Study and invest in the assets that you think they'll cause to rise in price. Ultimately, I can't tell you what to do here. You have to think for yourself and research to find out what you believe is best. The way money is created and the overall banking system seems like madness, and people have started to notice that the system is no longer working. The monetary system is so ingrained and so pervasive it becomes invisible to see. Nobody ever questioned it. When things started going wrong, they pointed at the things that were visible, things that look like problems, surface issues which you could see and understand. Looking at the surface, some would point the finger at capitalism, but you have to dig deeper. And when you do, you can see it's an unfortunate and untimely mix of the debt-based system, extreme financialization, moral hazards, and a rampant Cantillon effect that's causing extreme fragility and ever-increasing amounts of massive wealth inequality.
Get your own Valheim server from Zap Hosting now. Choose your Valheim server from our list of all games from Zap Hosting now.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist, with my co-host Chuck Knight. Chuck and baby.
Hey, what's happening, Neil?
All right, Chuck. You know what today is? It's a rare thing. We got to do this because I think people will want us to do it. This entire episode is a shameless plug for the very latest Star Talk book.
Nice.
That is just coming out, and the reason why it's maybe it's not shameless, maybe it's full of shame. The point is, the title of the book is Cosmic Queries. The book was inspired by this spin-off of the Star Talk flagship, and so I just want to celebrate that with all of our fan base and with you. And so I just thought I'd just put that out there, Jeff.
I love it. Well, first of all, shameless, shameful, for me it makes no difference.
No, it's the same.
It's all the same.
So there's that, and it's published by National Geographic Books, who published the first Star Talk book.
That's right.
You know what the first Star Talk book was called?
Say my name, Niger. Niger. Say. No. 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 Say my name. Captain America. Moderators. Yikes. Yikes. You're dead. 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 No, no. Dead. 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 Odin. You're dead. Oh, shit, man. Really? Fucking eggs. Oh, nice. Stop this shit. Over. When I see your face. Oh. Nice. Oh. Oh, nice. 70. The fuck? Oh my god. Say man. God damn it. Sausage. Oh god. Oh, shit. I need to create the playing base. Honey. Sausage. Sausage. Hey, hey, What am I gonna do? No. What am I gonna do? Nigger! That will do. Look shit. Look shit. Huh. Nice. Oh shit. Nice. Nice. Up. Pwede naman. Oh my god. Yes. Nice. Ah, okay, get it. Dun, dun. What's the... I need pickaxe. I got the pickaxe. The fuck? Fucking lag. Little shit. Oh, fuck off, water. Yeah. Too many waters. Damn it. Need a creep. Creep tonight. Water. Oh, jackpot. 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 Bullshit. Oh, fucking hell. Ooh. Yes, I did, yeah. I got subscribes. Super. Okay. I'm done. I'll take that. Okay. Let's go back. bunch of scraps. I need to pee. And I need to pee. Wolverine in Marvel. Iya. Sulit juga. wanna see your face. Let's go there.
up with everything that keeps coming out about this film, especially when there's new actors constantly being speculated to be making an appearance in this film. And we're starting to think this might be Sony's closest thing to an Avengers level cast that they have ever made for a movie like this. And we're really excited. With the possibility of all three Spider-Man actors reuniting for the upcoming Spider-Man film, there's definitely a lot of hype and excitement, as each of these actors have all played an iconic role that has really pushed them all into the next level of stardom, and they've been in the spotlight in the public eye for quite some time. But sometimes things can get a little bit out of hand when they get mobbed by paparazzi or large crowds, and we've seen some instances over the years where it seems like some of these actors are incredibly uncomfortable in these situations. So we wanted to take a look at some of the moments over the years we've seen where actors like Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, or Tobey Maguire were kind of put in a really
Quantum mechanics is the area of physics that deals with the behavior of atoms and the particles on microscopic scales. Since its inception, the many counterintuitive aspects and results of quantum mechanics have provoked strong philosophical debates and many interpretations.
The 1920s was the birth of quantum physics. You can't get crazier than quantum physics. Oh my gosh. Particles pop in and out of existence. You try to measure it and it's not there anymore, but you saw it there a moment ago. And it was intriguing. Once again, it was the physicist following, the bouncing ball. Weird, crazy things were going on inside the atom. That was basic science, which at the time, surely there were people who say, what are you doing? I don't understand it. Why? But we had people who were curious about the nature of the world, and they pursued it, and they were allowed to. 50 years later, we would see the birth of the information technology revolution.
The word quantum derives from the Latin word for how much. In a nutshell, it looks at objects in terms of probability as opposed to certainty. In quantum mechanics, there is no such thing as absolute certainty when looking for something. This phenomenon is known as uncertainty principle and was introduced first in 1927 by the German physicist Werner Heisenberg.
You ever, I don't know if this still happens, a quarter spills out of your pants pocket in the back seat of the car, and it's there in the wedge between the bottom and the back seat, and so you try to reach in to get it, and the act of reaching for the coin makes the coin move farther away from you. The act of reaching for it just slides down even further. That's not your mind making that happen. It's the act of the measurement that is affecting what it is you're trying to measure. And this was discovered in quantum physics to the point where that's actually, it's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It's one of the basic foundations of all of quantum physics.
Heisenberg realized that one implication of quantum physics is that the act of measurement always disturbs the object measured. The uncertainty principle states that there is some inherent limit on how precisely we can simultaneously measure a particle's velocity and its position. If the uncertainty on position is small, then the uncertainty on momentum is large, and vice versa. What we observe in the world around us is not always what it seems. Classical physics, which dominates our current understanding, treats phenomena as spread out in time and space. Real-life examples of quantum physics have expanded the horizons of modern science. As Tyson emphasizes, the whole computer world is based on the principle of quantum physics. We are able to manipulate the electrical properties of silicon only because we can study the wave nature of electrons.
That's information moving that requires quantum physics. No part of the modern economy isn't touched because information technology requires quantum physics. And the design, in the creation of data, in the acquisition, the storage, the dissemination of information. That's why it's the IT revolution. It's not a computer revolution. Computers is there. It's all about what we're doing with information. It's no longer on a printed page, here's the information. No.
Let's look at some additional examples of quantum mechanics in everyday life. Lasers and telecommunications. The operation of a laser is based on the quantum mechanical process of stimulated emission. Anytime you use a laser, whether indirectly by making a phone call or directly by scanning a label on groceries, you're making practical use of quantum physics. The principles of quantum mechanics have also found their application in cryptography, which allows secure transmission of information from one place to another without being intercepted. Quantum communication is another key technology that can guarantee the information security of the next global communication networks. The recent rapid growth of satellite constellation has provided impetus for the development of high-capacity laser communication in space. The work, carried out by researchers at the National Institute of Information and Communications Technology in Japan, have demonstrated laser communications between a microsatellite and a ground station while using the quantum nature of photons to secure the data being transmitted. Another satellite technology that derives from the use of quantum mechanics is the Global Positioning System, GPS. GPS is able to tell you exactly where you are thanks to the atomic clocks aboard satellites orbiting Earth, which are set by ground control stations and synchronize themselves through signals. Every satellite is equipped with an atomic clock. Some other examples of using the underlying principles of quantum physics include fluorescent light, magnetic resonance imaging, and your toaster. Our daily routines are often governed by technology that is directly related to quantum physics. Thus, our lives rest upon these fundamental scientific discoveries. However, it is worth noting that humans are not the only species that utilize quantum mechanics. A wide range of biological processes rely on quantum physics to operate. A perplexing property of quantum mechanics could be allowing birds to see and navigate the planet's magnetic fields. 1/5 of the Earth's 10,000 bird species migrate over great distances, crossing seemingly insurmountable obstacles as they follow the seasons from one place to another. Classic physics suggests that navigating such long distances should be impossible for any organism, with the feat made doubly difficult by the Earth's turbulent magnetic fields that threaten to throw her off course. A team of physicists at the University of California have discovered that several species of bird may be able to see the Earth's magnetic field due to quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement is a hard concept to understand because it is a counterintuitive physical phenomenon. Einstein referred to it as spooky action at a distance. It occurs when a pair of particles is generated, interact, or share spatial proximity in a way such that the quantum state of each particle of the pair or group cannot be described independently of the state of the others.
So it is true, and this bothered Einstein, and many of you in my comments, is this spooky action of resistance. It is true that I can do what's called entangling. I can entangle two particles like two electrons, two photons, create them in a very special quantum mechanical state, and then I can separate them from here to alpha component. And then let's say I take two electrons and I create a state where one is spin up and one is spin down. Actually, they have opposite spins. It turns out they're spinning in all directions at the same time. Now I measure this one, and I find out it's spinning over here. It immediately makes this one spin that way. Or at least that one we measured is spinning that way. Immediately. So, it's not information traveling faster. It's not. It's instantaneous. I do this measurement here. Instantaneously, that other one collapses into that state. Before I made the measurement, they were both spinning in all directions at the same time. I measure this one, suddenly, boom, I find that makes this one go in that direction. Well, it sounds like information transfer, but it's not. No information is transferred.
Quantum effects are not only confined to the atomic scale. For more than 25 years, physicists have used an exotic state of matter made from ultra-cold atoms to probe quantum behavior at the macroscopic scale. Some examples of macroscopic quantum effects are superconductivity, superfluidity, and Bose-Einstein condensates. Superconductivity is the phenomenon in which certain materials conduct electricity with zero resistance and expel magnetic fields. Superconductors have an interesting property that the resistance drops abruptly to zero when the material is cooled below a characteristic temperature.
This weird aspect of the total resistance going to zero, it took 50 years for this to be understood, more than 50 years. And it's a weird property of quantum mechanics. The property is that somehow, it turns out in certain materials, electrons which normally repel, in certain materials, because of the property of materials, they actually attract. And they bind together and they collapse into a single quantum mechanical state. If you you put a magnet above a superconductor, the magnet will flow. Why is that? Well, it turns out magnetic fields can't permeate a superconductor. So they cancel that magnetic field. They repel that magnetic field.
Superfluidity is another quantum mechanical phenomenon in which a liquid loses all viscosity and flows with absolutely no friction and without any loss of kinetic energy. Bose-Einstein condensates, also called the fifth state of matter, is typically formed when a gas of bosons at low densities is cooled to temperatures very close to absolute zero. Under such conditions, a large fraction of bosons could occupy the lowest quantum state, at which point microscopic quantum mechanical phenomena, particularly wave function interference, become apparent macroscopically. Physicists behind NASA's Cold Atom Lab, which began operating on the International Space Station in 2018, have shown that the laboratory can successfully exploit the microgravity of space in ways that allow scientists to create phenomena that would be impossible on Earth. The facility is on track to become the coldest place known in the universe. Although the first quantum phenomena were observed more than a century ago, scientists are still learning about this realm of our universe. More on that in another video. Thanks for watching. Did you like this video? Then show your support by liking, subscribing, and ringing the bell to never miss videos like this.